Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
'26 Cup Kart. 2. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's coverage of what's expected to be a fun weekend for the CKNA Spring Nationals, brought to you by ORP, as we begin today's coverage here on Kart Chaser from Charlotte Motor Speedway, America's home for racing, the home of the action this weekend as these drivers get themselves going for qualifying. I'm Justin Prince, alongside me for tonight's coverage and throughout the entire weekend, Bradley Dalton. We'll also have several pit reporters throughout our coverage. Grace Overbeck, Haley Donaldson, trackside for throughout this weekend. To say the very least, Bradley, as the juniors start off their qualifying sessions, it's exciting to be here. It's exciting to see how some of the top drivers when it comes to CKNA competition start their sprints off and get the best foot forward.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you're watching live on Kart Chaser. If you come back and watch after the fact, this is going to be a fun weekend. I'm already excited to see how things go here. Juniors kicking things off for qualifying, but of course we've had action already yesterday. There was practice yesterday. There was final practice yesterday. There were warm-ups this morning to make sure everyone was ready to go here. Justin, this is a track that should be well known. It should be an exciting one to watch, and I have a feeling that we're going to see some great passes, some great opportunities, big moments, and well, at the end of the day, we're going to have somebody who's going to be enjoying the wonderful 80-degree weather in Charlotte, crown the CKNA Spring Champion.
Indeed. Remember, RLV fastest lap qualifying. 4 laps for drivers to set the fastest times to be able to set themselves up for the heat races that will take place after 2:20 p.m. today. That will then set up things for the 18-lap features by the time we get to Sunday. Now, there's a lot of big names to start off the conversation for the track itself currently on circuit. Carter Barkas is the biggest of the names because in the wintertime, he was really quick. When it came to Jacksonville, he's right now up by almost 4/10 in this first group. There are 3 groups for the juniors. The bottom third, the middle third, and the top third. They'll be on this racetrack trying to circulate around in. You have to think for some of the drivers at the very least who have come over with the Winter Nationals with experience there, looking to maintain momentum into the spring.
Yeah, there's a large entry list here today. 66 junior karts entered into this event, and that is just the one group here as the checkered flag flies on this first run of the junior qualifying. When you think about the fact that there are 66 karts to go through here and look at who is where for what, this is going to be one of those that you really have to stand out early. And the fact that it's a 10th and a half up, Barkas on Reyes, with Carnathan coming up there in third, Van Horn and Beck, your top 5 coming out of this first qualifying session. It's going to be exciting to see how everyone mixes things up as we get through the rounds today and once we get into tomorrow.
Absolutely. So, as they go, Carter Barkas stays at the top of the board. That's by almost 0.2 of a second. Francisco Reyes, as you mentioned, Carnathan amongst the top 3. Travis Van Horn, Ben Beck in your top 5 to start things off. Grand total of 23 karts were in this group. The separation amongst those top times was about 1.7 seconds to begin things. Now, let's talk about the potential conditions as the day goes on here for the drivers as they work around Charlotte, because as you see, it's mostly cloudy. There is the potential over the course of the weekend, it's worth noting, that there may be precipitation. So there is a chance these drivers will have to adapt a lot to these conditions, in not just the track temps, but how the rubber builds up, especially as they go from the quali sections this morning to early afternoon to, in some cases, the race conditions by the end of the day today.
Yeah, lots of interesting weather here. It's supposed to be a high of 80 degrees. It's beautiful if you're at the track, but looking at things as it goes here, there is the possibility of pop-up showers throughout the day just because of how warm, how humid it can be. And then, of course, overnight, we are looking at a good chance of rain overnight. So the track we see today is going to be completely different tomorrow. And then tomorrow, depending on the time of day, we are looking at a good chance of rain, a 50% chance of thunderstorms, according to what I'm seeing, with localized heavy thunderstorms predicted in the afternoon. Not sure of the time of day, but it could impact us at the end of the day.
Absolutely, but our middle third is coming on through. Cooper Mall was the closest to the cutoff for the top 21 drivers to set themselves up to be in the top third. Some of the other notables, we've seen Max Hudman all over the place when it came to the South over the past couple months when it comes to Apex, and we also seen the FLKC. He's in this rotation. Jet Price is a part of this pack we see down in Florida as well. Some of the other notables, Eli Powell and Randy Harvey was the cutoff, the 49 ones. These drivers can get as quick as the 48 sevens, at least that's what they put originally to set up for the qualifying order. We'll see where they shake up in this respective rotation. Now, the interesting thing is going to be for at least the most, you'd have to think. For Cooper's case, chance to work with some fellow Burrell Arts. Teamwork going to be very helpful in a qualifying session like this here, Bradley. But remember, there is an important rule. You can't bump draft in CKNA qualifying.
Yeah, the no bump draft always gets my attention whenever there's that express rule of no bump drafting, because it's something that, as you know, in karting, it can be important. That little extra bump from a teammate can make all the difference in pace. But whenever that CKNA rule comes in of no bump drafting and qualifying, you got to play it nice and pretty, some slipstreaming. That's a big bump there in the corner. I was not expecting to see a kart hop that bump. We'll have to watch how that plays out through the weekend. But back to the topic of bump drafting, it's going to be interesting to watch and really get an idea of how that affects things as teammates work together, try to find things through. And well, you see the hand throw up because we've got passing going on in the middle of qualifying.
That holds you up to start off the run, and the big thing about that is some drivers prefer to be at the head of their group, some like to work on their own, others get shuffled. Wyatt Fink was the fastest of those to cross so far, 48.915 is at the top of the board. That's the 166 card here on the circuit. Keep an eye on that amongst this respective pack. Curious to see a bit of a pickup, though, now that this group is working together. This is the part of the track they were working on, the second through third sectors, where you can set up some opportunities with the pull here. Remember, when it comes to the package we'll see in CKNA racing with the engines, it is like super speedway racing, and you have to be able to build the momentum a bit to set up some opportunities with these karts. And right now that momentum is taking them not to the top of the board, but it is for at least the back end for Fink.
Yeah, watching that momentum shift and things move through. Fink moves up. Cataldo is the number 33 kart who is second in that group of karts as they go through, and really sort of showing the difference here in the pace. He is the blue, white, and red kart there jumping out, and see him dive through a round, gets past the 852, which again, that's an interesting moment for Cooper Mole to see going through, because I figured Cooper would want to be up in the middle or back of that group. So not sure if that's a pass on purpose, a pass on accident, or if that's genuinely just a case of having more pace when you are Wyatt Cataldo. And I have a feeling that that is Wyatt just saying, you know what, I think I'm faster, let me in the front here so I can try to finally get a fast time. He jumps to P18.
As you see, yeah, a little bit further down for Cataldo than we would expect based on his track record. Some of the other races. I think he is a driver that's been able to pick up some pole awards in some various races, including the OVRP. That name's popped up, for example, with in recent weeks, as well as raced in the East Division. So Fink at the top of the board. Wyatt Smith up to second with the battle of the Wyatts, 53 1000s. Carson Benjamin third. Marcus holds on to fourth. Will Kritz will be amongst your top five. Of note, your top driver in the previous order, Marcus, holds on to fourth as mentioned, but drivers like from Beck shuffled as far back as seventh. But the heaviest of the heavy hitters, going to be an interesting one when it comes to our respective group coming up here. You have Feininger amongst this group. You have Layden Mole. You have Ryder Thompson. You have Sawyer Chambers. Race Beckman has been a contender for wins throughout the year. Tegan Snyder up there. You also have Laney Thigpen that led the way in the final warm-ups yesterday. Christopher Goulet also amongst the top five, was one of the contenders in Florida. A packed amount of drivers that are setting up for this junior top third. Those drivers, compared to what we have on the board right now, were as quick as 6/10 yesterday. We'll see if they're able to carry that speed today here for these conditions.
It's definitely looking like they should be able to find some pace here as they go through. And one thing to note, for those of you watching, is that you'll notice that the timing is not resetting as these groups of qualifying go through. It's qualifying in thirds, but it's a collective time coming through. So you'll see the names shuffle along. For example, Barkus in the number 10 cart is down to 4th. We'll see how that shuffles through when it's all said and done. Of course, if you remember out to Winter Nats in Jacksonville, Barkus was on pole for the main event. So I'm curious to see how that goes through and along as the weekend goes, because of course qualifying is just one component. You of course have to get through rounds 1 and 2 and see how that goes as well, possibly a last chance qualifier, depending on how your weekend goes in every category here, as the final third are out on track.
There's Lady Thigpen, winner last year when it came to the Summer Nationals. That was picked up in the Sportsman feature when it comes to Lady Thigpen, and it's going to be an interesting one to watch for your junior competitors to see. Will the 12 be able to replicate the speed from yesterday? The speed yesterday, for reference, was a 10th quicker than Jonathan Bohr in the 28 car. You see right there, Jonathan working at the moment. So in terms of your preparation, from what you picked up on, what do you do to be able to make sure you have the right adjustments to be able to be fast to jump to the top of the board in a qualifying session like this to help your race conditions for later?
I think a lot of it is just being aware of how the track changes through the weekend and the weather, keeping in mind that it is going to warm up as the day goes on, and qualifying is very important, of course, but you've got to be able to get through the whole day. And you know, we're going to end up with a high of 80 degrees. We started out this morning down in the mid 60s. So as we go through, you just got to be aware of that and be aware of how the track heating up and rubbering up as the day goes is going to change. And then I think the gamble for tomorrow is what's going to happen overnight. How much rain are we getting overnight? What's that going to do to the track overnight? There is, as I said earlier, the chance for thunderstorms overnight. Nothing's guaranteed, of course, but it's the weather. Anything can happen. So do you gamble with that? Do you set up really well today and just hope that tomorrow feels like today? What is the feeling for the cart, and what is your feeling? What is your preference here? Is Thigpen up to the top with a 48.684, 2 tenths up over Fink.
And the trend compared to yesterday already, 4/6 slower compared to yesterday. Look who's at the top of the board, one of the contenders for last year's grand final. It's Beckman up at the top of the board. Daniel Dragunov is another name to watch for in this field, who is extremely competitive at the national level. Already up to second, Thigpen third, Dyer and Scheibel amongst your top 5 as they go here. So right now looking very competitive here, but as you can see, the 55 of Beckman does have to drafting partner at least work with here to be able to pull them around the racetrack for some draft, as they are right now working through some of their final laps.
Looking through here around, I think that draft is really important here in qualifying. As checkered flag flies, dive out to the side there, and Beckman up to the top of the table. Look at that with a 48.267. That's a very impressive time there at the end. That draft going through the longer straightaway sections of this track are going to make a big difference here in qualifying. Junior qualifying done. I think it kind of tells us what to look for, what not to look for. Scheibel up into 4th, and Justin, I have a feeling that as the weekend goes, a lot of these drivers that are running later in the day have watched juniors and they're thinking, okay, what can I learn? What can I take away? And they're going to be ready to go, and we're going to see qualifying get a little bit different as the day goes.
So how about J.J. O'Neill able to get the second spot to in the qualifying session within 3/10? Gavin Dyer, then Trouble amongst the top 4, Dragunov in the top 5, Thigpen. Then Jimmy Stoyan will start with A.J. Stoner, really good qualifying run in the PPK. Layden Moll and Christopher Goulet, I want your top 10. Some big names, though, will have to make up a fair amount of ground to get some good heat points to set themselves up for starting position for the final. Snyder in 11th of note. You have Funninger down at 16th. You have Jonathan Bohr down as well at the end of the top 20. Carter Barkus, your Winter Nationals winner, starting 22nd when it comes to your heat races this afternoon.
Carter Barkus way down the order there. A couple of other names looking through as we go. Evan Frey down in 33rd. Carnathan in 32nd. Jet Price there. I'm sure no relation to a big price there in 31st. Kind of looking down the order as it goes. That is junior qualifying done and dusted. We get ready for the next round of qualifying to come up. This is where I think things are also going to get a bit exciting here because it's Legends and they're split in half.
Yes, and those Legends worked around the racetrack. We've seen some good competitive racing from them during the Winter Nationals earlier this year. Some of the names to note: Todd Barron, who's been around for many years and has won several times some Grand National Championships. Part of this pack, Jeff Chalmers amongst the running order. You also have drivers mixed in with Paul Nightcan, who's been good in Apex Karting Championship competition. Eli Yanko, the multiple-time champion for the Winter Nationals 2024 and 25, and as well the CKNA Canadian champ, also amongst the drivers. But the rotation starts off when it comes to this pack for our Legends with the bottom half, and those drivers will see a fair amount of speed from drivers like Chad Miller, who's mixed in. We've seen with Bobby Birch Machines that we've seen on track. Jeff Sterling had been the first one bumped into this pack from the previous session. So obviously we're talking about a lot of talent when it comes to this field and a lot of experience when it talks to the Legends. Some of our older drivers when it comes to the racing scenes here. What do you say in terms of these drivers looking to keep the racing dreams going? And remember, knowing drivers like Sterling do have pole experience when it came to the summertime in CKNA competition last year.
Yeah, these are drivers that when we look at the Legends, I'm pretty excited to see who can do what. We brought up, of course, the number 01 plated kart of Todd Barron. It caught me off guard when I was looking here and getting ready for everything. 1979 IKF Grand National Champion. That threw me off very much when I looked and I said, wait a minute, 1979, is that accurate? But no, that is accurate. So for Todd Barron, I mean, lots of history, especially for someone local, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, not that far away, all things considered. So when you look through at this experience, it brings a lot of different things. And one of the things we'll see in Legends is that experience brings through some patience. So for the Legends, they're not going to go for as aggressive of moves and sending it through and risking it all for a move. They very much, in qualifying and in race sessions, they look and they say, is this move more than 50% possible? And then they go for it.
We fought along with Sterling to start up this qualifying run, by the way. Sterling, all the way from Wisconsin, making his way through at the top of the board. All along with some of the others as they zip along. Rodrigo De Francisco, you see right now, trying to set things up part of this qualifying session. Francisco Amontos is going to have to work a little bit hard to gain some ground. Started off in the 8th position. Another one of the drivers that runs over the Orville Kart Club, based out of Pennsylvania, a long way to come over down to Charlotte. We've seen people come from across the nation, of course, to be able to be a part of the Spring Nationals. People love to race at the national level and be able to showcase that they can race at this level.
If you can show up at the national level and really, really throw your name around and be up in the front and be talked about, it can get a spotlight on you and jumpstart a karting career very, very quickly. This is one of those situations where you show up, and if you show off, it pays off. And that is one of the things that you really have to watch for all of the drivers as they go along is, what's the big name that is sticking out that maybe isn't a name that you thought would stick out? Who is that driver that is just there in the spotlight that you didn't expect to be in the spotlight? And that is really where things stick out. Checkered flag flying here on the first half of qualifying, Justin, and 49.251 from De Francisco. Top time right now. I have a feeling the second half is going to really see that time challenged.
Yeah, especially since the benchmark yesterday was in the 48.4s. We're in the 49.2s to start off. Francisco over Ken Paulson, Tim Steinfeld, Paul McElry, who we've seen a fair bit of over the winter time here in Kart Chaser. Then there were amongst those Brad Estes, though. And we haven't touched upon too much, who was towards the bottom of this grouping, getting to the top of the board already in the 49 flats. How about that for Estes, who we know has winning pace potentially based on what we've seen from him pop up with the Apex Karting Championship, and has also competed in US PCAS as a podium runner over the past couple years also. But that next group is going to challenge a lot of these times with the 49.019, your current benchmark.
I do not expect that benchmark to stay. The question is, how far does that benchmark fall? I don't think it's that far off, all things considered, but I'm really curious to see for Estes where that time falls. And I will say, looking through, I don't even have Estes on my sign up. I think Estes showed up and was ready to go here. I don't see Estes on the initial sign up list that we had. So for Estes, this is a case of show up, show off yet again here in Legends as they go through. And I'm curious to see that 212 car, what happens through the weekend, because if you could put together a time in the end, they're just right off of qualifying. That does make for a situation, again, we said it earlier, what's that name that pops up? What's that name that sticks out that wasn't there earlier? Let's see how that 49 is challenged, and let's see what that 212 can do through the rest of the weekend.
Indeed, as we wait for those drivers to get the chance to roll here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Got the chance to be at this facility for the first time last year when it came to some of the Queen City Gambit to see how things fared out last year. And one of the main things about this circuit that at least popped up to me was a lot of opportunities to potentially make passes here. But of course, CKNA going to be interesting to watch for here today. You also have that interesting aesthetic to those watching along. Yes, on the Speedway, you'll see a lot of people with the racing experience just zipping past the track as the day goes on, as some drivers get the chance to get into a stock car for those that are also on property.
I'm a bit envious. I think we need to throw the Kart Chaser team in some race cars and let us take about 5 laps around Charlotte. I promise we can all bring the cars back in one piece. Do we bring back the Kart Chaser working relationship back in one piece? I think that's a different conversation. But at least we can bring the stock cars back in one piece, right, Justin?
Yeah, I guess that's the hope. I mean, let's put it this way. I know it costs a fair bit to get the chance. It costs a lot more to replace the race cars when it comes to that side. But CKNA, when it comes to the racing itself, over the course of the year, you have the various different national races. You also have the Canadian Nationals, a part of its rotation. CKNA has established itself, again, the home when it comes to 206 racing we've seen, to be able to execute at the national level. And these drivers get an opportunity as a result to showcase not just that they have the speed wherever they come from the region side, that when you put the best of the best together here over the course of the weekend, Bradley, you can compete, and in some cases at tracks that are a little bit different compared to, say, working over in Indiana for some of the competitors, or Wisconsin, or any of those various regions that you are attracted to. On top of course, the various regional divisions like the North, the South, the Canadian division, all the other regions when it comes to CKNA racing.
So here's the thing to look at. Let's look at a track map here. Let's talk about kind of what we're looking at for the day. Well, we talk about just how different this track is. Now, this is a track that is 15 turns. Now, the start procedure is also very interesting here as we go through. So you see, turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? When we go in the starts, out of turn 11 is where the grid cues out. So they come through out to turn 5. They pass turn 6 around the outside and actually cut back through and take the straightaway from 6 to 15 into 1. So that's going to be interesting to note later. But one of the things that we watch here on the track, turn 8, as we said, is a good sweeping left. It can bring some fun moments. The run down into 10, the tricky section 11, 12, 13. If we see carts side by side, that's going to be a problem there. And I have a feeling that can bring some fireworks if carts end up side by side. Say you go for a move in 10, it doesn't stick. But that run down to turn 1, I think, is going to be one of the most important points of the weekend here, Justin, as it goes through. And again, this is a unique track compared to when you think of other layouts. One of the things I'm excited for with CKNA is Summer Nats coming up in Batavia, Ohio, at Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, my local karting track. I'm excited to see that, but I really, really love how different this layout is here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
It provides a unique experience, and it provides a test as you see the karts on the track. Second half of the Legends are now on circuit. Look to see where they shuffle around here. Just following along some of those as they work through. And it's important to be able to get a good sense of rhythm. Doug Cook amongst the lead karts on the racetrack to begin things off. He just so happened to have the top time in final practices yesterday. That gave him this opportunity to lead this pack. Doug Cook, and that's popped up a fair bit over at Newcastle Motorsports Park with some starts over there in Supermasters competition. And it's going to be important to be able to maximize this clean air in his sake. Eli Yanko was second quickest yesterday. Todd Bolton was in the top 4 with Chalmers and JD Gunn. Amongst that pack of karts, they're in the 48 fourths yesterday. We'll find out where the times come on through as they come through to start. Cook, his benchmark 49 flat to beat. He's already up in Eli Yanko with the pull up. Look at Todd Bolton up the 48 sixes.
Todd Bolton bolting the way forward here in timing, but let Cook cook. Give Cook a little bit of time here, and let's see through this qualifying session if Cook can find the pace here. That number 16 kart looking fairly quick here as they go through, but of course you see the 22 of Bolton tucking the helmet, really trying to find that pace. And really, when you see a driver in a kart tuck that helmet on the steering wheel on a straightaway, that is the biggest indication of that is a driver who is throwing everything at that kart and trying to see what sticks. That little bit of slipstream can make a big difference. And look, even the hop there trying to kind of help get some extra pace as white flag is out. Final lap, Yanko up into second. Clark is in third. Cook down to seventh. Bolton still holding steady, 48.363. Gunn comes up, Newman up. So times are improving here. Do they have enough time to get at Bolton?
Todd Barrett also getting up to the top 5 for good measure. JD Gunn, well down the running order compared to practice yesterday. Right now 10th, looking to find something quick as they come around final times around. JD Gunn going to have to be able to work pretty well to chip in what is a gap for him that he needs to close him. 7/10 to get to the pole alone. He's working with Chalmers all around this racetrack. Right now, see where the benchmark goes for him as they come on through. Todd Bolton just closed up his run. Near side by side, JD Gunn does get to fourth. Chalmers to second.
Amazing to see these times improving as the karts continue to cross through. Todd Barron up into second here. JD Gunn sixth. Timothy Clark seventh. James Perkins in eighth. Don Newman in ninth. And we have one kart who is off there. That is the number 7 who is working on getting that kart restarted.
Mark Price here specifically talking about top 3 when it came to the Winter Nationals. And we'll work to get that kart off the racetrack as everyone peels off. But talk about the Boltons, of course. Connection to one of our crew members, Huntington Bolton, who's also in the field. He starts on the pole, makes up for the blown tire and speeding tickets he got on the way here. Then Todd Barron got to second with 3/10 the difference. Eli Yanko, Jeff Chalmers the top 4. Terry Downs in 5th. Gunn in 6th. Clark, Perkins, Newman, Estes were your top 10. So the field set up for the Legends for later on today, pending technical reviews. Our next group of karts is going to be another 2-part pack. The senior heavies are expected next on the racetrack, and the senior heavies, talking about the entries when it comes to that respective field, you have a lot of karts to go. But we have, it's coming up, standing alongside trackside, have a couple reporters as mentioned here for today's coverage here at the CKNA Spring Nationals. We'll get an opportunity to hear those coming up here.
Hey everyone, I'm here alongside Todd Bolton, who will be starting pole for our heats later today. So Todd, can you tell me a little bit how these track conditions are out on the racetrack today?
Actually, these cooler temperatures gave the track a little bit of grip compared to yesterday. When the sun was out, the track had grip, but it got kind of greasy towards the end of the day, and with the cooler temps and the cloud cover, we got a lot more grip today than we had yesterday.
Definitely. And one thing that's really significant about the Legends class is the friendship and the community that you guys have. So what does it mean to you to be starting out pole with all these guys?
It just kind of backs up what I did at Grands, and then I end up having motor issues. So I can still got the speed. I backed up Grands. I backed up Summer Nationals. Now we just got to put the heat races together. We've got a lot of really good guys in this group, and nobody's going to get away. It's going to be a 4, 5, 6 car battle all the way, both heats and tomorrow in the feature.
Well, there you have it. Todd Bolton.
Good to hear from Todd after what's been a good qualifying for him. But as he said, though, here, Bradley, a lot of things working on when it comes to the kart, expecting to be quick. He was one of the drivers that looked good in the Grands last year. He made the good mention of.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Todd Bolton here going through. He did, as you said, look good in the Grands. He is a driver who I will not be surprised to really see stand out for the weekend here. And one of the things that I really like that him and Grace talked about is that community, that friendship in Legends. You know, one of the things that we always forget sometimes in karting as spectators and as fans is the fact that this is still a friendly, competitive run. We see a lot of moments on track that sometimes we kind of go, oh, okay, that's rivals. They are going to have some moments. But at the end of the day, of course, when you look at this is the fact that this is still karting. And one of the things that will always stand out is that karting is a community that will always stick together. They always support each other, and you can pretty much find a friend anywhere in karting. That's one of the things that always stands out to me going to karting events is everyone's friendly. I can walk into the garage area and just start talking to people. Nobody kind of looks wild and crazy at me like, who are you? What are you doing here? It's not a Formula One situation where it kind of, they judge you off. They're okay with you being there. They'll talk and they'll tell you what you ask.
Well, karts are on the racetrack on that point here. As we continue on with our qualifying. 33 took part, in total 35 should say, in happy hour yesterday. Quentin McPherson is the one who gets the lead this pack. There are a couple drivers to note in this pack. Jet Perkins we've seen a little bit of when it comes to Marque. Going to be a part of this pack. Huntington Bolton, we just referred to his father in this group, Scott Hamble, who's been really good when it comes to some of our Midwest club scenes. Also part of this field to start off this part of the session. So we get things going when it comes to senior heavies, and keep in mind that first bit with the weight to the cart and how that balance goes for these drivers. We'll see where the balance is on the stopwatch as Perkins look to try and chase down the time. We've seen a fair bit of Perkins when it comes to part of these fields. Going to be fun to see where he matches up by the end of the session.
Absolutely. One of the things that I want to point out here with senior heavy taking a look is that we had a lot of situations in practice here looking through the penalty sheet where a lot of the seniors, more than notable of normal things, there is a weird situation with weights where several drivers came in underweight, 390 pounds expected in senior heavy, and several drivers came short of that by just a couple of pounds. Now, CKNA, you gotta come in at that 390 pound mark. If you come in 389.2, that is still below 390. So one of the things that's going to be interesting to watch here with senior heavy is that 390 pound kart and driver combination has to be there. So one of the things to watch through qualifying especially is that post-qualifying tech. If anything happens in tech, that can definitely compromise any sort of good running you've had for the weekend. So not only do you need to perform on track, but your kart needs to be to its P's and Q's going off the track.
We're seeing most of these drivers handling the track pretty well, at least to start off the qualifying sessions. Nick Jones just seen a flash of. We also have Bryce Downs looking pretty solid to begin off for this group. McPherson right now is setting the benchmark in the 48.904 mark, though. Start off the qualifying session. They only have a couple more laps to go to be able to work themselves around. Bryce Downs, he's been able to showcase some good speed. When it comes to his kart across the scene, has popped up in the BMP Championship Kart Series in recent years, for example. Also racing, that name popping up over in Jacksonville with the North Florida Kart Club. Once again, one of those coming around from the South Division to be able to showcase their abilities here today. The 61 1000s off the pole for now.
That 61 1000s, I do not expect that to stick here as final laps come in. I have a feeling that as they go, we're going to see a little bit of time stick up. Here is the checkered flag flying. Let's see who can improve on a 48.887. Perkins up into second. Sutton jumps up into sixth. Not enough to move forward. Downs to the top, 48.753. Now that is a good time to see. I'm curious though, again, this is the first of the 2 splits of senior heavy. So when we get to that second half of senior heavy, can they improve on a 48.753? The track is continuously evolving, so it's really going to be interesting to see that second time, that second group. If the track's a little bit better condition, does it stick? Does it give a little bit better pace?
Coyote, of course, the backer when it comes to senior heavy. By the way, to give them a shout out, we'll see how some of the Coyotes pick up over the course of the day across the senior categories. But it's Downs, as mentioned, at the top of the board. Quentin McPherson, the Route 66 champion from 206 senior, out in the Midwest in second. Perkins in third, about a 10th and a half back, followed by Noah Rivers and Huntington Bolton in your current top 5. But the heavy hitters, you have to talk about drivers like Owen Lloyd, because Lloyd, one of the drivers who appeared in just about every category when it came to seniors, when it came to Grands last fall, and was the winner in this class, by the way, when it came to the winter time out in Jacksonville. Lloyd won that race earlier this year out in Florida over Brady Atwood by just 56 one-thousandths of a second. No Atwood on the list today, meaning a lot of drivers with an opportunity to see if they can make a splash here for the springtime with a stacked field that includes drivers like the Lidas, Owen Mallet, and Cal Stewart, who is 23 one-thousandths within his top time.
Yeah, this is going to be a big category to watch here in senior heavy. 36 karts signed up here as we get the second group ready to roll just momentarily. And yeah, you said it best. We can't go without talking about Owen Lloyd. 3 wins in a row, led nearly every lap of everything that happened out at Winter Nats. Only didn't lead 1 lap in the final, which, I mean, I look at that and I think that's ridiculous. I'm not going to lie, but when you have a driver as talented as Owen Lloyd, you expect nothing less. Here we go. Fist bumps going on. Kart's getting ready to roll here for the second half of this qualifying. And I got to say, one of my least favorite things is whenever you have to wait. Because when you're sitting there, you're waiting, you're ready to go. The adrenaline's there. You're ready to go. You're ready to go. And you just got to wait. Can we get a wave from any of the drivers, though, while they wait? Do we think any of the drivers are going to wave? Or is everyone very much locked in and ready to go? Anyone want to wave at the camera? I take that as a no.
Yes, indeed. And hearing that Xander's got a personal report, believe. Xander Clements, stay by.
Thanks, Justin. Yeah, just a quick update for both of you guys here. Again, it's new for you guys. It's new for everyone in the pits as well. The adjusted senior heavy division for 2026 and beyond. This is probably one of the bigger changes over the last couple of years. Briggs & Stratton 206 Racing has prided itself on ultimately staying pretty static over the years. The rulebook stayed as about as identical from the inception of the class back in the early 2010s as humanly possible. But the biggest change in the CKNA structure this year is the senior heavy division. Over the offseason, of course, when everyone's bench racing, everyone's talking and chatting and everything, and you see a lot of the same names, of course, as you guys were mentioning, across the board from medium to light and to heavy. Well, one thing from a safety aspect and also to kind of add to the definition of having 3 different weight divisions and truthfully 3 different groups of senior drivers is a maximum driver and maximum kart weight to basically make senior heavy truly for the heavy guys. That I believe is 210 pounds. And that, of course, is why you see a few less senior heavies this year than, say, the previous years where the numbers were identical to senior light and senior medium. And you had a lot of drivers with 60 pounds, 80 pounds of lead. And, well, when you make the go-kart 240, 250 pounds, and then it comes up and over and on top of you, well, that's a safety situation. But beyond that, the idea behind it was, again, to not have someone eligible to run light, medium, and heavy, and then a heavier driver only eligible to be competitive in the heavy class and being heavily overweight. So that's one big note and talking point here. Owen Lloyd, you can see him on screen. Obviously, he's a pretty big fella. He's able to still meet and be underneath that maximum go-kart weight of 210 pounds for himself as the driver to add on to that and, of course, be at or above the minimum weight. But that is one new aspect to the heavy division for 2026 in CKNA competition, fellas.
Great to mention that. Thank you very much, Xander, because that is a critical thing to add to that discussion point you're having, Bradley, and that is going to be where it's not as simple as, oh, I'll just make all the appearances, and as we see, going to be a little bit of difference over the course of this season here for 2026, Bradley.
Yeah, that is one of those that I kind of mentioned it earlier, but we saw a lot of drivers here in senior heavy who didn't make that 390-pound weight. We had 4 drivers specifically who missed out on that scale weight and got disqualified in senior heavy practice 3. The 09, the 103, the 25, and the 471. So that is Alex Savalio. That is the 25 car of Nick Jones, the 103 of Jake Hevlo, and then the 09 of Jack Sutton. Those 4 carts came in underweight, which is interesting. See, senior heavy would be a great class for me because I would be able to make weight no problem. I am a slightly heavier person, so I definitely think, senior heavy would be great for me. I would not be able to run senior light, senior medium, and be extra competitive. So I really like that adjustment in the weight requirements. So you have that max chassis weight of 210, but you have to weigh in at least 390 pounds when it's all said and done. White flag is out.
On the top around, look who's at the top. On cue, Owen Lloyd. John Meyer up in second. Nicholas Kaper up in the top 3 also. Pretty tight at the top of the board for the time being. You also have some of the others like Cal Stewart. This is a big difference from practice. Look at Jake Hevlo, though. He just went to the 4s to shock some drivers. That was a driver yesterday, Hevlo's case. That was around the mid to bottom portion of the order, 14th in final practice yesterday.
Something overnight definitely for Hevlo in that car, or just a good lap put together there. There is really no way for us to know up here on the top side. It looked like a good lap put together there for the 103, but when you look through and you get an idea of who's fast, who's not, I mean, a lot of these guys are fast, and Hevlo, Carroll up to second, though, in that Coyote. Look at that, the number 12, a 10th off of Hevlo as the checkered flag flies.
Able to jump up to second on the Coyote. Lloyd to the MGM top 3. Steifel and Brock Knowles. Hevlo does not improve to raise the bar. Will anyone jump over the bar late? Looks like that bar will stay firmly in place. So Jake Hevlo, who has performed in qualifying in the past in CKNA competition, various divisions, able to get to the top of the board for today's Spring Nats quali. Chris Carroll second, Lloyd, Steifel, Knowles, Meyer in the top 5. You also have Kiefer in the 7th spot. Then you have Nicholas Obit, who was in the 8th spot. Bryce Downs held on pretty well in qualifying in the top 9. Ben Lyda able to qualify in the 10th position today. Among some of your top contenders of note, drivers like Brad Davis down 11th, McPherson 12th, and Puritan's just outside that in 13th. Doing good when it comes to our timing so far for qualifying. We're through about the first third of qualifying. Now allow the drivers in a few moments' time to get ready for the young kid carts, Bradley.
Kid carts are going to be really, really exciting to see here, as we are going to actually get kid carts ready to roll, but we're going to step trackside here with Grace Overbeck.
Hi, I'm down here with Jake Hevlo. Jake, now you didn't even need your final lap to get to the speed that you got to. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I think there was still a little bit left there, but I had to decide, and I had to make that pass. Try to get the best that I could there. Yeah, we had an unfortunate run this morning, missing the first round of practice, but, we're here, so we did good, hit it all right, so happy with it.
And, yeah, what does it mean to you to be able to start on the pole later today?
Oh, it's good. I mean, last night in happy hour, we struggled a bit. We were 14th fastest, so it means a lot to kind of be back in the top step. So try to get it done today.
There you go. Congratulations.
Able to get to the top step of qualifying. We'll take a step aside. You're watching Kart Chase. We're happy to have you with us for the CKNA Spring Nationals.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting. March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway. April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting. And May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
This is more than a race, it's a destination. Cup Karts Canada invites you to the Canadian 4-Cycle Championship, May 15th to 17th at Mont-Tremblant, Quebec. Race on a 1.2-kilometer technical circuit just steps away from the iconic Circuit Mont-Tremblant, where Formula One once raced. When the racing's done, enjoy everything Tremblant has to offer: the pedestrian village, restaurants, shops, hiking, and unforgettable scenery. It's elite 4-cycle competition and a perfect family getaway rolled into one. Racers from across the United States and Canada, this is your invitation. Cup Karts Canada, Mont-Tremblant. Come be a part of Canadian karting history. Are you ready?
Welcome back. It's time for some kid karts to zip around the racetrack, brought to you by Torque Group as we get going for this respective pack. They have 4 laps up on the board, and we have a lot of the younger drivers looking to establish themselves at the national level. We've seen a fair amount of these drivers actually pop up over the course of the past few weeks when it comes to the other races. Some of them, in fact, like Maverick Reddick, just came from Florida last week with some racing down near Orlando, or rather near Tampa, I should say. Get my geography right. But some of the top drivers in Kid Kart, seen some shuffles. You had Liam Vaughn, that was 71 thousandths up over the 75 machine. William Heckman also was in range for the top. Also within 2-3 tenths was Beckett Hemphill. In other words, it's pretty close in terms of the pace from Kid Kart for what they were able to do in the happy hour results to set themselves up heading into today.
Yeah, Kid Kart is one of those groups that I always find exciting to watch. I know the senior category is always, you see kind of the most aggressive racing, but Kid Karts, I love Kid Karts, and let me talk about why. I like it because you see the drivers that are really starting to learn. One of my favorite things when you look at these Kid Karts, almost every single one of them have at least a GoPro on them, if not a full 360 camera. And one of the fun things you can do if you ever have time, go on YouTube, and you can a lot of times find footage and find analysis where these Kid Kart drivers are trying to learn. They are trying to improve every day. This is a class and a group where you will see drivers be very close in pace or very wide in pace, but at the end of the day, they're all learning, they're all getting better, they're all learning more, and you never know who you're seeing in Kid Kart today could be the champion in however many years' time it takes them to get up. The youngest drivers on this class track are 5 years old in Kid Kart. Think about that. 5-year-old, and you're out here hustling a go-kart around. I just think that's amazing.
Heckman stays at the top of the board amongst these youngsters in the 58.9s as we go. There's a look at Heckman, one of the drivers that appeared in Winter Nationals' second spot in that race earlier on in the year to Aubrey Babcock. Maverick Reddick, for reference, finished out in 5th. Reddick is down in 4th. Vaughn, one of the drivers who was not amongst the competitors that competed in the winter action over in Jacksonville, still holds on to the 2nd position here. Find out where they shuffle. Keep in mind, Liam Vaughn, for reference, in the South Division, has picked up some poles over his career at tracks like Daytona. So right now, it's the 2/10 they'll have to pick up on this final time around. See them try and slide around. Dozet in particular, you've seen in the 6. Here they come for the final corners to set the tone for where they'll shuffle in the order. Liam Vaughn not able to improve. Heckman puts together a 2nd fastest lap time, the 59.1s. But Anderson Maxwell is able to shuffle to 2nd as the times fully update within 2.5 tenths still. The gap holds for Heckman.
The gap holding on there, 2/10 and some change as it goes through here. Looking at Heckman with Heckman Bros Racing, the 008 up there on top. One of the things too to note with Kid Kart, keep in mind a lot of these names. You're going to see these names through, and then if you look at another class, you're probably going to recognize a name somewhere in another class. Karting is a family affair, and it goes from Kid Karts all the way up to the Legends.
So it is Heckman at the top of the board over Maxwell and Vaughn. Munster Kid Karts taking our quick break. Qualifying continues right after these messages.
From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. Check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
We got this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one. I used to
Welcome back, everyone, as we continue on with our qualifying sessions here in this morning. It's already transitioned to noon. CKNA Senior Light, 79 karts deep. This qualifying order is very thick when it comes to your starting order, to say the very least. A lot of contenders from top to bottom we talked about earlier this morning. But here's the simple part of this. You have some of the drivers to keep an eye on this session. Adrian Yanuzzi was put into the bottom group, did not put up a time in the final practice yesterday. You have Duzio also in this group, 57th quickest. One of the Franciscos and Diego is the part of this pack. In other words, some of these drivers are looking to see what they can adapt for today. As some of these times circulate up on the board, some of the Prodigy machine up there by Yanuzzi in the 49 flaps to start things off. Some of the walks for his Landers we're following along with. Still holds on to second.
Yeah, this is where I think the most karts of the weekend are at, is in Senior Light. And I think what's going to be interesting here to really watch is just how wild this is going to go as things go through. I'm not even going to try to keep up with the timing table, because as laps come in here through the 5 laps of qualifying, it's just going to mix up and down as we go. So pick your favorite drivers, see where they end up right now, and then keep in mind, as Civic goes across with a 48-142, it may not stand for long. The track seems to have really sped up here as the day has gone here. Senior Light's 340 pounds, kart and driver included. We talked about Senior Heavy, the max chassis weight of 210, and you got to be at least 390 pounds. You got to be at least 340 pounds here in Senior Light. Drivers 15 and older here on the track. And really at this point in Senior Light, the question is, what can you do to find that extra time? Where can you find that little bit of extra pace? A 48-142 right now on top. White flag is out, 1 lap to go for everyone. And well, we already see the karts getting a little bit racy here as they go. That's the 316, the 989 having some fun here as they go through.
I don't know if it's fun to battle for position to start off your lap. That might throw away your lap, actually, Bradley.
It probably would, but you know, sometimes you gotta have a little bit of fun when it's all said and done. Of course, these karts here in Senior Light, they're gonna have a wild weekend, because what do they have tomorrow morning if they don't have a good round 1, round 2? Last chance qualifiers at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So if you have a bad weekend or a bad Saturday, you got the last chance on Sunday to make it up.
So checker flag waves for our first third. Civic at the top of the board, 48-142. Max scores in second. It's Guzzo in the top 3. And Yanuzzi gonna have to put in some work in 4th in this group. As you can see, already one of the karts still trying to work their way. That's Charles McNeil we just seen. The driver based from Dover, New Hampshire, from Formax Racing Team. So the rest of the competitors will cross the line here. Yanuzzi does update on cue to the 48-1s to raise that expectation for a driver that we know can be quick. Comes to the lights. Now, talking about the crossover, when it comes to the Winter Nationals, for those who follow along with the racing action in Jacksonville, Derek Wargo, remember, was the one who picked up the overall win over Colin Warren. Henry Wheeler, Christopher McKeith, and Sam Tutler were that top 5. A lot of those names you will see in these upcoming 2 groups, to say the very least. And all these drivers look to try and chase who was the quickest in final practice in Henry Wheeler. But the fastest in this second group Coming up here was Eli Fox. They were in the 47.7s yesterday. Guys also in the group, you also have Nerdy, Francisco, and Sebastian to keep an eye on. Derek Cutshaw, Ryan Miller also looking pretty solid in some races this year. Jackson Miller should be pretty solid among some of the other notable names in this pack. So, in other words, there's a lot of drivers looking to really capitalize today, to say the very least, on the speed. So we look to see how the middle section comes up here, Bradley.
Yeah, this middle group here in qualifying of Senior Light, this is where things are going to get, I think, a bit more jumbled up than they possibly could, because as we go, again, just a quick reminder for those of you who may just be joining us, this is qualifying in thirds, but it's one big combined group. So if you notice here, the top 20 are separated by under a second. We're about to add another group of karts into this out of this 80 kart lineup and go through and add another 25 to mix things in. And so they're gonna slot in their times where the 25 that just ran were. So as they do that, this is just gonna jumble. You're gonna see some names go in places you wouldn't expect, but in the end, you get 5 laps to try to really nail a time down. And if you can't nail the time down in 5 laps, you're in trouble.
Grace Overbeck standing on by as the middle third hits the track.
I'm here with Dylan Admonson, and I was a little curious to know a little bit about Reserve Motorsports.
Yeah, no, we started the team this year. We went to Jacksonville. We ended up pretty well there. Sadly, a bad accident happened there, so, but we're strong. We're under the tent, doing pretty well.
Started and getting ready for qualifying. How have you been able to balance this new team that you've started with your ability to perform?
I couldn't do it with all the help that I have underneath the tent between my wife, my dad, and Jeff Shaw. I couldn't do it without them for sure.
Awesome, thank you.
An interesting note in all that sequence is new team is the key thing to talk about there, Bradley in particular. That is something we've seen pop up here to start off with the Winter Nationals you referred to. So how would you describe, at least in your opinion, the feeling of starting with a new karting team and being able to develop and be able to contend for wins? Because as we've seen, that's a driver who contends for wins that's leading it.
It is a big deal whenever you're in a position to start a team when you're contending for wins and kind of go off the beaten path and really set things up, contend for wins, and kind of make your team known going through as Palladino goes up second on the run. You know, we've got a lot of teams that you look at and you kind of recognize. AMAX Racing is one, Pro Kart Concepts, you know, you go through, and PPK, you go through, and once you get to a position, you kind of say, you know what, I want to start my own thing, I want to go through. That is a driver who you really should keep an eye on, and that's a team that I would say in this year, keep an eye on, because I have a feeling that team is going to really show itself.
Yeah, we'll watch for that over the course of the weekend here to see where some of those drivers bear out. And they want to keep an eye on, for example, on the Cole Nelson Racing karts, working a little bit of the draft. It's Cody Lindstrom, who is up on the top of the board, by the way. Right now, Yanucci's time is shuffled down to 7th for comparison's sake. Indeed, that 077 right now of Miller trying to push them around. But what a run so far, you can say, for Cody Lindstrom to be able to set the bar. Lindstrom gonna have just a 25 1/1000th advantage so far to start off this session. One of the drivers that's kept himself very busy with his racing career, looking solid, has popped up at tracks like Quaker City Karting his career as we follow along and bounce around.
Can I tell you one of the most impressive things right now looking through is it's the amount of drivers who are not just local to North Carolina here. I'm seeing drivers from all the way across the country, Canada, and otherwise that are here as well. A lot of names from the Carolinas that are here, of course, and Georgia, that nearby area. But looking through, you know, we were just looking at Wainwright going through, and that 042 is from, let me double check myself because I've already blanked on it, is from Greensboro, North Carolina. But then we look at the 45, who is from Maryland. I mean, that is just impressive to see that spread of karts around. Checkered flag is out. The 399 of Lindstrom holds steady up top by 5/1000ths of a second over to Masters. Here's going to be the fun, though. We've still got another third of this class to come out, Justin. And let me tell you, this third is the top third from practice. If they've got anything in the tank, they're going to be taking on that 47.788.
Indeed, and we'll have to see how things shuffle. One thing to want to note as we enter this final third when it comes to CKT Senior Lights, remember the rule we talked about, bump draft can tell you a couple different drivers have been clipped for that over the course of some of these sessions, particularly for the Legends side. To make it 4 different teams were clipped for bump drafting alone. So for the most part, we've seen no issues with that, but it is something to watch for if we do see that pop up with a lot of this traffic expected here for our third group for the lights. And keep in mind, when we went racing earlier on in the spring, it was an 88/1000 of a second pole difference to set up the top time earlier on in the year. That scene at the time, Colin Warren, the winner for 2023, set that pole in Jacksonville or McKeithen. Guess what? Both of those drivers are looking very quick yet again this weekend, to say the very least, because it was Wheeler over Colin Warren by 65/1000ths in final practice yesterday.
It's so impressive to look and see how things are mixing up from practice to qualifying here today. And I don't know why I've just noticed this. We've been live all day. The flagman, the red and gold jacket. I'm impressed with this. I really do like this. He showed up to show out today. It's hard to miss the flagman, one, because he's got the flags, but two, when he looks that flashy walking down the front stretch, what do you do, Justin? I mean, you're the star of the show at that point, right? Like, that's we agree on that?
I mean, have you seen Jason Burgess before? He always likes to stand out. He always likes to put in the craft to be able to flag races. He flies cross-country for karting events, including CKNA, for a reason. Give him a shout out there. And you see him just about waiting for the signal right now on the racetrack in the American flag suit as we get ready for our final third of drivers. So, on that note here, in regards to this final third, it's going to be an interesting mark, not just for the names you just mentioned, but some of the others that we've seen really look good. The grand final last year, some of the drivers here, and as well from the springtime. For the wintertime, should say. Sam Tutwiler, very close. Lucas Deck, I think, might be a name to keep an eye on in particular here, because they were actually one of the top drivers in the warm-up session leading into this morning. For those who follow along, one of the drivers that's looked very good at weekends like Daytona Kart Week. There's a win to gain momentum. The CKNA Self Championship, one of the contenders a couple years ago in Grand Nationals. And also, by the way, runs a Legends car at this point. Ran that over Thanksgiving over at Southern National. Deck might be a name to watch for because he is keeping himself busy in multiple different disciplines and is expected to be fast with some of the speed carried from this morning.
It's always interesting to me to remember that karting is one of those things that you can always come back to regardless of what you do. You know, we talk about drivers run Legends. We'll talk later about some drivers were over in Italy running Porsche cars and then come back over here to Charlotte to run a go-kart. I think of professional NASCAR drivers. You know, we are at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Professional NASCAR drivers who jump back into go-karts here and there, who have had successful NASCAR careers, and they go to go-karts on weekends for fun. So you got to remember, karting is one of those things you can always come back to and try to have a good run with. As we release the top third of Senior Light, the Hornet's Nest, as I'm going to designate them, as we get ready to absolutely party and see who can do what here.
You talk about experience, by the way. We were touching upon this before today because the conversation was, what was Henry Wheeler doing over the past couple weeks? Well, a few days ago, he was in Spain. Just so happened to race in a Porsche Cup car because he's now a GT3 Cup racer for A-Works Motorsport. That's over in Europe. Guess what? Ended up picking up 4 rookie wins in 4 races, top 3 in the championship in his races. In our words, his trip the year was very good. And he's carrying that momentum here this weekend after competing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
I mean, he's here to show off. I think if you're Henry Wheeler and that 0, that's one of those that you just went and showed off. I don't know what else to say to that because that's impressive here. Trailed by the 111 going through of Colin Warren with TS Racing VLR. This is going to be another kart to watch here. Tucked in, helmet down in the blue and yellow kart. I really do like that kart and that helmet going through. We'll keep an eye and see if that blue and yellow kart finds its way up front as laps are getting clued in. Let's see here as they come through and around through the S's. I don't have a good feeling right now with Senior Light. You know, we've got those big names through. How are they going to slot in here? Are they going to just overtake the entire top of the timing tower? Or what will we see here as Wheeler comes through 5th, Warren comes across 6th, and then we're starting to see more names slot in. But give it time, Thek to the top, the number 52.
What did I say about the expectations for the 52 coming right on through as you follow along with Tutwiler outside the top 10 to start. But it's Will Wilkie who jumps to the top of the board of the 84. 47.724, your current benchmark. In case of Tutwiler, it's in the conversation we touched upon last time out. Once the 34 kart field over in Jacksonville. So far this session, needing to pick up a fair bit compared to what was the practice speed. Coming all the way from Indy, 2025 Grand Champion as well when it comes to some of the air classes. We've seen him pop up 8-time NCMP class champion also. But Colin Warren should say, top of the board, jumps up. We continue to watch these times come on through. The multiple time winner, CKNA, will now have Owen Lloyd to catch up with a final time by 4 1,000ths.
For a brief moment as well, Will Wilkie, the number 84 from Chelsea, Michigan, Roderick Racing Development driver, was sitting there in the front as well. Is already shuffled down to 6th as these times continue to drop and go through. We're seeing that competitive edge start to come through. I think the track is really starting to hit its best handling of the day so far. We're seeing all of the cars seem grippy. The weather is continuing to be nice. Checkered flag flies. Warren jumps Lloyd. Let's see, does anyone else have time to bring Klein up into 3rd? Thek into 2nd. Still waiting to see if any more karts bring it through.
Well, Lloyd just came on through, but didn't change. 4th spot for Lloyd, but it's Colin Warren, 47.439 over Christopher McKeithen's late charge. A full swarm of PPK Coyotes jumping up the board have gone up and populated most of your top 10. Warren, though, in his kart, 31,000ths over McKeithen. Deck in the top 3, Lloyd and Klein. Lorenko, haven't touched upon him yet this morning. Edmondson in the top 7 with the new team. The A-Max, Nevada Maxwell in 8th. Shane Reddy, Brady Shad. Amongst your top 10, pretty tightly contested because you go back to the top 20. This gap for the field, only 4/10, the gap between 1st to 20th for your starting slots.
When you talk about a gap of 4/10 across 20 karts, that is crazy. And I know we tend to gauge things through by a second. This entire field of karts, 57 karts of this 80 kart field, 78 qualified, 57 of these karts were within a second of each other. That is wild to look at, because when you think about that here at America's Home for Racing, it means that it's gonna get competitive very, very, very quickly.
Definitely can. Standing on by trackside, let's check in with Grace Overbeck. Grace?
Colin Warren, the pole winner for the senior light class. Now, we know that you are a very experienced driver, especially in senior light, and I'm just curious to know what is very intricate and different about this track in compared to some of the other racetracks that we see on the CKNA schedule.
I think it's a little bit more of like a finesse. You have to be like millimeter precise every single lap and have to be on top of your go-kart, because any little mistake, it adds up. I mean, you'll lose 2-3 kart lengths the moment you make any tiny mistake. So I think it's just that.
Awesome. And you had a pretty good weekend back at Winter Nats in Jacksonville. Are you hoping to keep up the streak this weekend?
Yeah, it's looking good so far, so hopefully we can keep it going in medium.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. As we get set for our next group of karts in the next few moments or so, the cadets are next up in your order, by the way. The Masters, the Sportsman, the Senior Medium are the rest of your qualifying order throughout the rest of this morning's action here. So just waiting for the word for when those karts will get a chance to go see some of the drivers still in the midst of their discussions here, Bradley, as they work their way on through. And for those cadets, when it came to Winter Nats earlier on in the year, Cadet Racing seen basically the only other sweep of the weekend. 13 karts took the start then. Grant Heckman swept with the fast time, won all the heat races, led every lap in the main event. That was with Ruben Greer and Maddox Nieves amongst your top three that are expected to be quick yet again here today. So, in our words, chance to keep a streak going if you're in the Heckman camp to be able to maintain what is everything going your way so far from the Winter Nats.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to really watch out for. I think cadets are going to be a lot of fun. Again, this is a class that we always watch and kind of say, and they are not quite ready to go here as they go. Final thoughts, final shout out from mom, dad, coaches, everyone getting things through. So while they do that, we're going to step aside here at Kart Chaser, take a quick moment. When we come back, cadets will be out on track, and we'll see how these young drivers handle.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome.
Currently watching along with lots of Speed Shop cadets as we work our way through the first part of their qualifying groups. Again, a lot bigger of a field compared to what we've seen at Winter Nat. 37 were on the entry list for this weekend. Want some of the drivers in this pack to keep an eye on. Ethan Smith was the cut line when it came to this group. That was by a difference of 9 1/1000ths. Players like Levi Spiker are in this pack, James Laser. It's an air name that stands out that look pretty solid in final warm-ups. A few of these drivers looking to make a splash with a running order, to say the very least. You see Smith preferring someone to draft with in his cadet, working right now pretty well with Levi Nathan should say, in the 25 card as they work their way to the third sector.
Again, looking here at the cadets, one of the things that really stands out to me is this age area, and there was a slight rule change coming in here going through. So when you look at the age of the cadet class going through, 8 to 10 years old. In Canada, they increased that 8 to 12 years old. Here in the USA, it's 235 pounds maximum for the kart and the driver. So 235 pounds here of kart and driver together to send this kart around. They'll be curious to see how the 37 karts handle this Charlotte track that we've heard. A direct quote from track side is, "She's fast."
We're seeing that right now with some of the speeds being put down. Adam Bethlehem right now leading by over 2/10 over William Irwin. Smith right now third in the qualifying listing. And a lot of these teams having a chance to be able to develop young drivers, as we talked about. This Barellard is one of those who came over from Quebec. A lot of those Canadians looking to show they have pace in the Americas. The time increases by another couple 1,000th at least to the pole over Beckley Anderson. We look to see how Brownfield in one of the Nitro karts looks. Look at that GoPro stand just sticking up there.
That is an interesting GoPro position. Typically you see more what we're seeing there just behind where it's on the side out to the right. This is a situation where I gotta wonder, what are you looking there? You're gonna see those GoPros going different, especially in the younger classes, because they're not necessarily looking for highlight clips, right? Like when you think of senior light media legends, masters, you're looking at going for clips. And you want those big social media highlights of, look at this awesome pass, and there's an angle. You see these GoPros here on this cadet classes, we see the checkered flag fly. That is all about development. That is pointed at the steering wheel, the hands, the front tire. That is looking at what they're doing and what they can do best to get better.
A couple different teams when I went out to Florida last week for FLKC competition made it clear to dedicate specific time between the sessions. Hey, look at the race film. Learn what everyone else is doing. And right now, William Irwin is the one at the top of the board who's now looking to see if it stays. One of the privateers from Laval, Quebec made their way up, all the way up. That's at least good 14-hour drive up from around the Montreal area. So our next group of karts will feature the top half, and there's a lot of familiarity with our next respective names coming up here. When it comes to your cadets, there are some big names. Slade Harrell led the way in final practice yesterday. 3/10 over the field. He was quick in starts here also last year. So what I'm saying is, Kart 88 with a lot of expectations, but Spencer Height, a winner in 2025 Summer Nationals, now sets up next behind him amongst the quick drivers. Nathan Stockwell, Mateo Romeo also going to be very quick, the Canadian champion. Also amongst this pack, Dalton Sears was the top 5. Grant Heckman, for reference, down in 9th for that session yesterday. We're underway for them as we look to see where things shuffle forward. And throughout all of last year, Slate was one of the drivers that really stood out to me in terms of his ability to drive and ability to recover. In the Grands last year, had to charge up a couple times to cut through the field and have an opportunity for a solid position. It was a hard time last fall, to say the least. Today, looking to start off 2026 on the right foot.
Yeah, for Slate Harrell here in that number 88 Nitro kart, you gotta wonder what's gonna come through. Well, Here we go. That's the statement early on. A 49.215. Slate Harrell says, you know what? Throw my name up at the top. We'll talk about me a bit more. Get used to saying my name this weekend, Justin and Brad, because that is going to be one that you say a lot if he has anything to do with it. Heckman, of course, last time out in Winter Nats, had a great run, was the only sweep of the weekend there going through, and so we'll see if Heckman can replicate. As you said, he was slow in practice. He's good right now in qualifying, P9. Again, qualifying doesn't kind of finalize things, but it does set a momentum for the weekend that you've got to be aware of here. As we watch the 31 of height, this blue and yellow cart coming around here, I kind of wonder for height what can be found if there's more time. The track has continued to get faster. The wind has picked up. I'm just really curious to see how that affects the handling of the carts.
Stockwell doing pretty solid, you see here. And Tony Kart Colors comes to him, one of the privateers in this field. Right now, holding on to the top 6, but it doesn't last for long with the VLRs. Heckman jumps up. Nemes up to the top 3 also on the board. These time shuffle, 3/10 up. Harrell is still on the order. Right now you see just how much drivers like Stockwell trying to utilize a little bit of the runoff space to gain some time here. Missed a little bit of the apex that time on the far side. Compare that to what we're seeing with height. So you're trying to get the arc just right to power off the corner to set up the final stretch.
Yeah, it was interesting to me that one of the things we've heard, and it's different than, again, other tracks, that millimeter of precision that's demanded here around the track here in Charlotte. That millimeter of precision can make all the difference in a lap, and it looks like for Harrell, he was able to find that millimeter early. Everyone else now is just chasing that time, chasing that number, trying to find that time up, and you see spotting the apexes early, sending through. You've got to nail it time and time again as we keep up here with the 24 and the 324. That's Reinholz, and that is Sears who are working their way down the back half of the track.
Work together for the final time around. Right now, the benchmark, 48.632. No change. In fact, new second best for Harrell. They need to go to the banker. Romeo needs to pick up. Didn't get there. Stayed near 3/10 off. Sears jumped to 7th. Stockwell shuffled to 8th. Look at Barnett. Bryson Barnett up to the top 5. And with that run, it looks like with that all these drivers crossing, there goes the streak of all the laps being controlled by one driver. Different track, different trends. Slate Harrell continues his trends of being fast when it comes to Charlotte from last year when it came to the younger classes in stars. He's got the pole by almost 3/10. Romeo and Heckman, the top 3. Barnett, Neves, Reinholz in 6th. Height in 7th. Sears, Stockwell, Donovan are part of your top 10 in qualifying for the Los Speed Shop Cadets. It's a couple more groups to go after this. 3 classes total. Master, Sportsman, Senior, Medium. Due up next. We get ready for more here on Kart Chase for the next moments or so here, Bradley. We'll see how things go in this next group, Bradley, in a moment.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one to watch here, the next groups. We're going to send it down trackside with Grace. Grace, what do you got for us? Haley, what do you got for us?
It's Haley Donaldson here with Paul Rice and his wife April, team owners of MGM Chassis. Guys, first of all, tell me about what you each do inside of the business to keep this place running and how you've built it from the ground up together.
Together, April, I weld and manufacture all the go-karts. We get them out of a shelf and bend them, notch them, weld them together, and then April runs the rest of the business.
I assemble, do all of the decaling, the prettying, the organizing.
the billing, the shipping.
the online store, all of that fun stuff that comes along with
the
it.
upper management stuff, for sure.
But Paul definitely is the one that does the main part, welding all of the chassis together. They do show up in sticks of metal, and from there get turned into a full go-kart. Yeah, all done here locally.
This is the first time that you guys at MGM have had a kart entered in every single category here at CKNA. What does that mean to you guys? Are you feeling prideful about this?
Absolutely. It's very exciting that this past year we went into building the cadet chassis, which was all new for us. Obviously, we'd only done the adult karts for the first 15 years of the business. So now it's awesome to get to watch kids in every class ride out their MGM chassis.
Yes, super proud of what all of our customers and our whole MGM family have built together, because outside of April and I, there's a lot of other people that it's really been a part of this. So it's taken a small army to do what we've done. It's been pretty amazing to have all those go-karts here.
Well, we here at Kart Chaser wish you guys luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
MGM chassis somewhere around 30, 40 plus in terms of how many drivers use their chassis. Plus, on top of that, they have about 10 plus that are working under the tent when it comes to MGM chassis. A lot of drivers, to say the very least, use those machines here on property.
Yeah, that is an amazing organization to see going through and powering their way along. It's exciting to see the growth here and see them expanding into every category going through, and definitely think that is going to be a chassis to watch here as the year goes along here in CKNA. Those MGM chassis are looking pretty good so far here this weekend, and I think they're definitely going to get faster as time goes along here. Cadets are done, Justin. It's almost time for Masters. 2 groups to go through a Masters. Who are we looking at here in this group?
Well, when talking about the Masters, as they work their way for the green flag here, let's first and foremost talk about how they broke down over the course of the session early on. Masters, how they have for the qualifying order in this group. Joshua Smoker was the cut-off driver in this pack. You also had in that list of competitors Fairmount on the back page, like Tim Schutt, who should be solid on pace, for example. A few others also. You can throw in like Michael Dittmer. Funnily enough, in some of the driver notes when it comes to race select, there are a few drivers that have the option to leave notes on their backgrounds, and some of the others. The funny thing is, you had some of the drivers say, hey, give the number 77 to Michael Dittmer. He got the 77 on that choice, so I guess that worked out for them. But in all seriousness, first time's popping up here. As you can see, 49.8 for a majority of the front runners as they build up pace and try and get the laps down. There's that 77 I was talking about.
I very clearly have missed out something, because not knowing what happened with Dittmer in the 77, for that to be enough that multiple drivers said to make sure Dittmer has the 77. Very clearly, CKNA heard that and said, okay, Dittmer gets the 77. We will make sure that is not an issue moving forward for him. So as he goes along here in that VLR chassis kart, we'll see what he can do. If he can make that 77 proud, because enough people wanted him in the number, we'll see what he can do. He's up at P2 so far with qualifying. Couple laps done, and now Smoker in the 49 up with a 49.673.
Dittmer new graphics, starts 4th. When it comes to his run through on timing, look at the shuffle though. When you're up to the top in the 49.1. Course of this part of the qualifying with a couple laps to work with on the board. So the time zipping by pretty quickly. Keep in mind, gonna be interesting, the 404. That is an air driver that's named pop up when it comes to kart stars in particular. Also competed in WKNA Daytona action over during its kart week. So wide range of series that he's popped up in, and a wide range of reaches all across the south and to our neighbors up in the north.
It's always interesting to see drivers kind of spread their wings in different categories and see how far they're willing to travel for competition. Some karts, you know, will stick local. You know, for example, me at MCC Kartplex, there's names there that I recognize at MCC that will only run at MCC. They don't look to spread and travel. Some will stay in a certain, you know, Southeast US geographic region. And then you have some drivers that say, how many events can I get to? How many weekends are there in a year? All right, there's 52 weekends in a year. Can I get to 52 different racetracks in 52 weekends? they try it, and they do it, and they succeed. It's always exciting to see those worlds collide as they come through. Checkered flag is flying. Let's see if anyone can take on that 49-148 by Carton.
Carton, one drives popped up all over as well when it comes to his race. The team also has made appearances at Atlanta Motorsports Park in recent weeks and months. Stays up at the top of the board. 34 1000s over Grenier. Then it's James Bucati, Elliott Finch, Michael Dittmer holds on to the top 5 as the last of the drivers come across and shuffle the bottom of the run-through. So that leads into, they peel off here, that top of the order when it comes to your CRG Masters. Because some of the names are going to overlap compared to earlier. That's going to see double duty for drivers like Todd Barron, for JD Gunn, for Ron Kleiss, for Chris Carroll pops up, James Insco. A lot of those names we've seen. We have Eric Lassard here on property as well. That looked in the top 15. Carroll, Roderick Steele, and Meyer were your top 4 in final practice yesterday. So Carroll looking to be contending in 2 different classes here. If he's able to replicate what he did in yesterday's practice to be the first one to peel on out coming up here for our next group.
It's definitely possible. We'll see what Carroll can bring along. I'm excited to really see how that competition goes through. Again, all of these times that are up for the 19 drivers will stay, and then everyone else who runs laps, they need to slot in somewhere in the middle. And right now it looks like a lot of them are going to be within a second of Curtin up front. If not accelerating past him, we'll really have to keep an eye and see how that plays out as the second group of Masters gets ready to go. 43 karts signed up for the weekend. 19 have put in qualifying time so far here, and I'm really excited to see how the rest play their way through here in Charlotte.
And keep in mind, mention Mark Steele, part of those drivers up at the top of the board, reigning Grand National champion, and of course the Steele Motorsports entry. Try and back up why that team has been really solid over the course of these weekends in CKNA competition. Just waiting as the drivers get themselves sorted here at America's Home for Racing here today, and gotta love that the infield is packed for a race event like this. Got a chance to look around a little bit when was here with Stars last year, and here's the thing when it comes to CKNA events. With the Grand National last year over in Newcastle, and of course with a race weekend like here, you better know your way around the paddock, to say the least, because you're talking about hundreds upon hundreds, somewhere around 300-400 different drivers and their crew members and their team members all across this property. It is vast. You're talking about basically all the way through the NASCAR garage area. Some of these teams will set up in across this facility.
434 entries on the day. So just think about that alone. That is 434 go-karts and drivers here in Charlotte. And again, we start to add in the teams, we start to add in the vendors, we add in friends and family showing up, we add in just the track action going on as it is, as we will see stock cars lap around Charlotte throughout the day. I mean, you factor all of that together, the officials, of course, all of us here at Kart Chaser. That is a lot of people to fit into Charlotte. So if you don't know your way around, you can get in trouble pretty quick. And that is one of the things when I was looking at the supplemental rules for the weekend and kind of everything going for Charlotte, there is a large red notice in all caps that says the area is congested, be aware. So there is a lot going on here at Charlotte. There's construction going on as well. This is a very busy area. But in the end, we all just focus in right here on the go-karts.
As you see, Carroll leading the pack as we begin things off for the second half. Masters qualifying session. Right now, Carroll looking to try and set the tone here. We've seen him pop up as a pole setter in particular when it comes to the Grand Nationals with the Grand Masters as well before. So, see where the times start to fly on down, but Steele, going to be someone push the tempo here. Working right now with A.J. Roderick. See a lot of drivers here this weekend when it comes to the Roderick karts, looking to showcase their skill set. Remember, in springtime, a lot of contenders had shuffled in the pack. It was guys that got the edge previously in the winter nest. First times, just about to fly on through. Right now, a lot of Coyotes up towards the front. Abreu are on the pole. That about to change. Carroll puts up a 49.1, but Mark Steele, along with Sean Meyer, both going the 48.5s. That is blistering quick on lap 1 on colder tires.
All right, well, very clearly here, the second half of Masters showed up to compete. Davis goes up to P6. These drivers very quickly finding some pace here around this track. Lassard up into P5 there, and I mean, it's just shuffling very quickly. Again, it shows as the day goes, the sunshine's come out, but the track very clearly grippier than anyone's expected, I think, as we continue to watch these times close down as we go along here, checking out the number 9 of Kliss going through, and now we just continue to watch these karts. I mean, it's always crazy to me to watch just how much lean they can get into a corner, especially coming in through the middle sector of the track there, going through where that camera angle was out of turn 10. I mean, they are just absolutely on the edge of the grip of those tires.
Multiple time Nationals winner when it comes to springtime, Sean Meyer up at the front of the field. By 2023, he already picked up 3 of these wins. After all, part of a multi-time podium back in 2023 alone, but has been racing a long time in the region, as far back as the early 2000s. Name popped up in the record books. WKA competition, Florida Winter Tour racing, took part in some endurance races over in Newcastle, done well in a lot of different series, but can he get the pole? Roderick up front. Meyer does not jump. Steele does not jump. Lassard still making his way through the crowd. Remember, deeper in the order. Will Lassard get a response? Needs to go up 2/10 from his personal best. He's in this pack right here that comes across, and no change. He was a 10th off that mark. AJ Roderick sets the tone in the CRG Masters. It's by 77 1,000s over the Coyote and Meyer. Steele Motorsports in 3rd. TV Kart Lassard in 4th. Price in the top 5. Carroll down to 6th after being the fastest in final practice. Jim Bradford, one of the contenders in Florida, in 7th. Brad Davis, 8th. Barron down to 9th. And running at the top 10, Ryan Borkowski should say, amongst the order. Let's talk about him at the run through once again as we get ready for a penultimate qualifying group. Just moments away from transitioning to Sportsman here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And that class has had 5 different winners in the winter nats alone. We're going to see how things shuffle in the spring nats this time, Bradley.
Sportsman, an interesting class here. It's a USA only class, and it blends the gap between cadet and senior and cadet and junior. So you can run either a cadet or a standard chassis, which I think is really interesting to kind of look at. You can run either of those options here, and it's ages 10 to 13. So it kind of gives a good transition field for drivers who may not be ready, who may be stepping out a cadet by aging out, but they're not necessarily ready to really look at junior yet. It gives them a nice little mix here. This is a class that has a lot of entries as well as they go along, so I'm really interested to see where they come through. 31 drivers here in the run for them. They're going to be putting in a good battle.
Giving a small correction, by the way, on the drivers, not all USA. There's 1 Venezuelan. There is 1 Canadian also in the mix, at the very least, by my count, that are going to be in the Sportsmans here today. We're going to be utilizing all those Vegas as we go. Grace Overbeck, all set up down below. Grace.
AJ Roderick, our pole position winner for the Masters class. Tell us a little bit about how your weekend has been going so far.
It's actually been pretty relaxing now that I get to race with the old guys. We don't have to nearly work as hard, so it's pretty nice.
Awesome. And, you know, usually we're not seeing you starting in the pole position. So, what are you expecting going into later today, starting on the front?
Well, I just hope we can lead some laps and just be there at the end. There's a lot of really fast guys in the Masters class. There's a lot of years of experience here. So let's see if I can just keep it up front.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Made a great point right there. As you age up, and that's the big thing, you do have those changes in classes. It's not just for the young drivers. It's for those that are up in the big senior classes that eventually transition up to those bigger groups here, Bradley.
Yeah, when you look through, you hit that age mark. When you go from senior to masters, it's 15 to 35. That's a big age range, but one of the cool things is you can stay in senior or you can go up to masters. And when you go up to masters, again, we talk about every class has its kind of energy for it, so it's always exciting to see.
You know what needs some energy? The commercial breaks do. Let's feed the commercial breaks now.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Sportsman now working its way through for the start of its qualifying groups. An ultimate qualifying pack before we go behind the paywall for some heat racing. Remember, be sure to subscribe to Kart Chaser Premium. $9.99 a month, you get to not only see the racing over the course of this weekend, but racing across the nation. As some of the best battle to see who comes away with big victories here across Kart Chaser. Right now, how are things looking amongst your competitors in Sportsman? Well, one of the big names that was actually put in this group, Liam Ford. Ford, whenever we've seen him, Bradley, has been top 5, usually on pace. Gonna have to work a lot more hard today. 49 flat, 7/10 on the fastest time in practice yesterday. You also have drivers like Drew Snyder in this pack. Logan McCluskey is leading this pack also. He was in a dead tie with 4 in yesterday's practice.
Yeah, this sportsman category is going to be very, very competitive as it goes along. I'm really just trying to get an idea of who's going to be where. And, again, right now we've got this class split in 2 groups right now. McCloskey up on the top in the number 2 cart, but I don't know that that's guaranteed right now, because one of the things we've seen, that first group goes out, they set what we think is a blistering time. That second group comes out and then just somehow they find a little bit quicker than what I would expect. It's really been exciting to watch through here in Charlotte and see who can do what as they go through. That Brawlart number 2 looking good. We're looking at the 444 now, who is going along. That is Harrison Bell, Lawson Speed Shop power in, going through in the Brawlart cart. We'll see if that 444 can find a bit more pace. Currently sitting P11 going through in the 174. Stevens just behind, tucked in, trying to find some time as well in the cop car.
Decent rhythm for a lot of drivers. Fall long. watch where things shuffle for Stevens, but Klowski going to be an interesting one because he's won here before, at least in a heat race. So Klowski does have some experience and amongst those competitors in Sportsman. Checker flag waves in this part of the qualifying session for the bottom group. Klowski's time stays at a 49.282 in one of the steel machines. Colt Decker, Drew Snyder, top three. They were all within about a tenth and a half. Liam Ford right behind Zayden Alexander in this pack. Now, mind you how things went in the wintertime when it came to Sportsman Division Racing. Talked about different winners in that previous class. However, two names that are to watch out for that are coming up that are going to be around the middle of the road for some cases out of those entered today. You had Yusuf Audi, who was originally in Sportsman last time out, who's in fourth from the practice. That was with Anderson Hemphill in terms of that fight. Hemphill was the one who got the advantage, 79 1/1000th difference. But remember, Audi trying to bounce back after he had a penalty and put him in ninth after the running order that moved Jackson Brewster into the second spot official last time through. So, in our words, some drivers trying to make up for penalties last time out and avoid penalties, Bradley, and others looking to chase the top of the board here today. Once again, especially some of those drivers just mentioned, looking very fast in the top 15, separated by just 0.6 in yesterday's practice.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing the top 10 separated by 0.6 as we get the other half on the track here. It's going to make a big, interesting moment to see if that continues through. Again, another thing I want to point out, this is a class that has had some issues with weight as well. 265-pound requirement, and we saw in practice 2 yesterday, 5 carts catch a disqualification from the practice session for being underweight by some degree. The worst was 6 pounds off by the 199. However, we still, again, if it's 264 pounds, you have to hit 265 at least. We even saw that at warm-ups this morning. The 126 was 1 pound underweight. So when you look at that and you see someone who is going underweight by 1 pound, you got to be a little bit careful there going through. So we'll see if there's any issues in post-qualifying tech. As of right now, I don't think there will be anything. Usually the practice sessions where if you're going to have a moment, that is the time to have a moment.
As you can see, already, I think some of the drivers are bored. Was that rock, paper, scissors that some of the drivers just attempted there?
I saw rock, paper, scissors, and I saw a wave. I believe that was the number 10 there of Hayden Lawson waving to the camera.
Ruben Greer was the one on I think went wrong. And Greer, one of those that we expect to be very fast today when we get rolling. Now, the top driver in final practice, Danny O'Gara, going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on because he's one of the drivers that is the youngest who is a part of Wings and Wheels Foundation, which is a charity organization that tries to bring drivers through the racing ranks. Picked up that opportunity last summertime. It's on to Sarah Fisher, actually. After picking up some opportunities there, O'Gara, after all, has picked up wins in the Indy Karting Challenge to make some headlines there as well, and has made some USF 2000 appearances at age 11. In other words, O'Gara's got a bright future, potentially the open wheel side, and is looking to start off this weekend in a great spot for the heats.
You know, we say Kid Kart and Cadet is where you learn kind of the ropes of karting, and you see some of the names that may stick out somewhere. Sportsman and Junior, for me, is where when the names start to hit, that is where you see the real spread of the field. You see some of the guys really jump up, and you see some of the drivers follow through, but you really start to see the names stand out that you expect to stand out and really kind of give you an idea of, okay, in the coming years, this is the driver I need to watch for. This driver is going to, as you said, have that bright future, move that way forward, and know what's going on as we start to see times in Kanash, the 126 there. Again, I think we got the wave from Camila Kanash going through in the Paralyn cart up to the top of the time right now with a 49.062. They're not done yet, though. I imagine we're going to get into the 48s.
Yeah, Kanache, you're referring to able to strike to the top as you see how much they're trying to push in the longer straightaway section. Well, the MGMs, you see, at least feeding draft in this circumstance. Here to Kanache, who's trying to find a way to keep those times up. Remember the benchmark from the Group 1, 49.2s was where they shuffled. Honey's up there, Darnell's up there, Ruben Carrera, the Nitro Kart's up there. Ryan Hall jumps to second. Austin Taylor, though, stays up at the top, 48.2s as we go for Austin Taylor here in this session. Taylor, one of the other drivers that's made his way up from Indianapolis, racing since age 4, and remember, has been a contender in Route 66 competition and racing over mini swips and USPKS competition in recent years. Right now you see him, how he works, trying to keep the time high. He's got a 0.4 of a second advantage, has passed O'Gara in this session, and yet again increased the time a little bit. 48.287. Kanache needs to close up a fair bit. Hayden Lawson, though, gained at least a 1/10 of it back in the Paralyn.
Continuing to find time and close time here as we go through final laps. And again, watch those helmets tuck down. Watch the drivers tuck their head forward. That's trying to find that little bit of extra slipstream, that little bit of extra speed that you can get out of that cart, that slipstream, that little bit of flow can make a difference. Again, it's not going to be as dramatic as flipping a rear wing 360 degrees, trying to find some sort of a jump in pace there. We're not running a drag reduction system, but anything you can do just to get a little bit more of a shape in the wind goes through. We're going to cross the line here, checkered flag. Will times continue to improve? Who can close in on that 48.287?
Needs 3/10, the gap for a lot of these drivers. Near 3/10, should say. No change for Lawson. Kanache can improve, was 2/10 off for the final time around. Last of the competitors will come on through. Ruben Guerrero of note down in 10th. Ellie Downey in 9th. Dara, who started off his lead car, got put down as low as 7th. But it's Austin Taylor. It's the Sportsman for the 124 cart. That goes to the top of the board. Hayden Lawson able to hold on to second after a good third time through. Rest of the drivers as they line up, by the way, Kanache also put together some solid pace over Brewster and Hemphill. In other words, what I'm saying is, right now it's looking second on back, going to be very close based on the times, but we don't do the races on a stopwatch after all. We do them on a racetrack.
We do not at all, and let's jump down trackside with Hayden Lawson.
Eddie, here. Austin Taylor, pole position. Where are you getting all this speed from?
So on the grid, I just calm all my nerves down so I can get ready. And then after that, Danny, I got a little bit of draft from him. Couldn't do it without his draft. Then after that, I looked up on my billboard and I saw my name at P1, so I just knew I couldn't let it down. So, yeah.
And how do you plan to keep this speed during the heat races today?
I just plan to try to get with a lot of people and try to draft them. And yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Interesting tidbit with the scoreboard, by the way, Bradley, because you can absolutely see it from here. That will be something that you have to think. Do competitors watch that a fair bit here today? We've heard in the past, I know with NASCAR, people watching on the Jumbotron after they've flipped or an incident saying, oh, that's what happened behind me or around me.
Yeah, that Jumbotron really stands out and gives a good look of where we're at, what's going on. And I mean, it can give you an idea of just if something happens, you don't know it. And it's really, really cool to look up. And if you're a driver, we just heard there from Austin Taylor, if you look up and your name is on top, I mean, that gives you that extra bit of motivation. And I always say that You know, drivers, a lot of times in karting, they don't get the greatest idea of where they're at in pace and where they're at. Here in Charlotte, one of the unique things, you don't get somewhere to hide. You look at that Jumbotron and it's just there.
And the interesting thing about that is, good mention in terms of conversation for the Chili Bowl, Tanner Thorson, who picked up a win in the Chili Bowl. They had to make an adjustment to the Jumbotron then because he was able to use the Jumbotron watching down the straightaway, block as drivers were trying to dive into the corners, be able to play defense that way. A lot harder in the kart, obviously, especially since you have to look basically well off the circuit to it, but it is a possible thing that we'll see drivers keep an eye on once they are released on the cooldown laps. Now, we have the Steel Senior Mediums ready to go for their final pack soon. This is the final rotation of qualifiers before we go heat racing later today. And remember, this field is massive. 83 took part in happy hour yesterday that set the order for qualifying. This field, you better find a way to get up to the front half because one of the things not touched upon too much yet, there are a couple of CQs. Senior Light, Junior, Senior Medium. Those three classes have LCQs Sunday morning. This is one of those classes, obviously, where the goal is simple. You have to be top 46 in the starting average metric to avoid an LCQ. Only 4 come from the LCQ to make a 50-car field. At least more than 30 go home if they can't perform today.
How heartbreaking would it be to go through Friday, go through Saturday, and hit the LCQ Sunday, and then just not be able to make it through? I mean, that would be one of those unfortunate things. And when you go out to qualifying here, that's where you have to lock into. You've got to be aware, I need to qualify well. I need to have rounds 1 and 2 go well Saturday. I do not want to have to go through the LCQ on Sunday, because here's the thing with the LCQ. You know, we haven't touched on it, as you said. It's 14 laps, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning Sunday. And let's also remember, there's daylight savings time. We lose an hour of sleep. So you lose an hour of sleep after a long Saturday, and you got to wake up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, show up and show out, and get a top 4 to get your way into the final tomorrow. You do not want to put yourself in that position here.
So a lot of drivers to keep an eye on. Dolak, you see him leading the way in this group. Tyler Dolak was in the 48.2s. That's what put him here. The lead kart when it comes to yesterday, the 47.6s led by Aiden Marenko. Going a lot of interesting names here that did it at times. Jackson Young, Humphill's going to have to work for this pack. In 7th, we've already seen in one of the classes, Zach Rinker, we've seen a fair bit on the iRacing side, actually, in a couple of league races, also a part of the pack. Ashton Wheeler is also in this group. And once again, Landers is on track. A good thing to mention here, by the way, with that Prodigy Motorsports kart, had a new partnership come over with Best Kart for the 2026 season to prepare for their season with the Murrays. Already, Landers saying, I want to make a pass right now in my Best Kart.
Yeah, and trying to get ahead. If you feel like you're truly faster than someone here, getting that pass early in qualifying can make a big difference. So you see there going through, making that pass and moving along. That is going to be important here in qualifying again, especially in this senior medium run, because if you aren't in a good position and you aren't the fastest kart, if you're just kind of putting around behind someone who you are faster than because you don't want to go for a pass, it does nothing but compromise your time here as we go along and we continue to watch these karts battle it through. Again, this is qualifying, but here in senior medium, this is one of the classes that there is the most to lose if you do not have a good day today.
Especially since with so many karts, it's no guarantee you can pass them all in 12 laps later today. That's the understatement of the day. Jackson Young and Ron Landers going back and forth. See where things steady out for Dylan Point. He leads his respective mini pack. Right now, 48.7 are the times right now, so the pace very similar to yesterday. The warm-up times were in the 47.2s with Wheeler on the top there. Painted Worm also staying steady. But what I'm trying to say here is in the midst of all this, we're coming up to the end of this part of the qualifying session. Our first third coming up towards the checker flag, coming up here. Right now, this is going to put them in towards the middle of the road for a majority of these drivers likely. Let's see if there's any other changes here. Last the car cross the line. Lehman jumps up to third. Tyler Dolak in fourth. Some drivers like Wheeler down in seventh. A lot of karts. Going to have to make sure they push hard. Some of the drivers as low as the 52nd bracket is the personal best.
That is going to be a not ideal time frame. You see there coming across the line. Helmets tucked down, trying to find pace, dive your way through and out if you can. But as we see this first group in senior medium find their way through these times, this 48.4, I have a feeling that as it stands, it's not going to stand as it goes, as we've seen be the trend here. Times will get faster as we get our second group and our third group out. Yesterday in the run, it was a very, very exciting through. It was a 47.7 yesterday was the fastest time.
And remember, when it comes to the style of racing, remember, it's Colin Warren that's got the momentum in the class. We'll touch upon that more in the final group. But when it came to the race in the winter nats, you had a lot of different names like Adrian Yanuzzi, Christopher McKeithen, Henry Wheeler. Edmondson was also in the conversation, some of the big names that popped up. You also had one of the Hills of Austin Hill contending. A lot of those names referred to are here on property yet again. And some of the drivers that are going to look to try and pick up momentum in Group 2, you have Lucy Laser that's in this field. You have Shane Reddy. You have Addison Ianello. Cameron Reed for the Out of the Box Challenge win. Also a part of those in the lineup. That's looked really good to start off the year in this style of package here. If you followed along with Apex Karting when Cameron Reed competed in Apex in the spring in January, was battling every race with Henry Wheeler for the race win. Wheeler won those races in 3 different ways, it felt like, over at NOLA.
It's amazing to see just all of the different names show up. And again, all of the different coverage that Kart Chaser has. You know, you see names often that come through and we look at and we go, wow, okay, this goes, you know, we've seen your name. I know what you can do. But then you have to remember that this track is so polarizing compared to others in the run of what it demands and how you run it. So it's very interesting to see the difference. And one of the things too that I think would catch me off guard is those stock cars running around. That would throw me off personally as a driver. That's one of the things you have to zone in on. But looking through, you know, if you're magically running here through this turn 5, 6, 7 area and all of a sudden a stock car is flying on the banking, you know, for a millisecond, can that break your focus? Would you go, oh, that's a stock car? And then all of a sudden you're coming through turn 8 with a whole nother host of problems because for a second there, through turns 5, 6, and 7, you got distracted.
So with that being said, Haley Donaldson standing by trackside. Apologies for the technical whip there, but you can see with McKeithen, body language for the next qualifying group is already pretty relaxed here when they're able to get going here. It's Meyer Lewis who leads this pack, by the way. Lewis, 47.9 yesterday. Cutoff was 4 1,000s to an aim to keep an eye on. One of the drivers appeared to ask for a Truck Series at one point. Jake Drew was the last that made the top group. So these karts come all through. Lewis looking at the tone, who looks to try and look pretty solid. One of the drivers that's raced in the spring nats for a couple years now at the very least. has a good amount of experience. Also has competed in the Yap Karting Racing Championship Series over near Atlanta.
One of the names that just jumped up on the timing tower there into P3 is Shane Reddy, who looks ready to take that number 62 cart forward. Heath up into 4th there in the 47. So again, we're seeing the times start to blend together here of carts that were in the first group, carts that are in the second group, and are continuing to run laps. We'll see how everything blends through as they continue their way along. This is going to be one of those moments where if you don't have it together in the moment, it's going to really, really stick out to you here. As we see Jackson Young up to the top here, Shane Reddy now goes up to the top.
I was about to say, in the case of Reddy, one of the young drivers that had a freshman year last year when it came to senior racing, looked pretty stout in these carts. Looking to carry momentum into 2026 and one of the PPKs that we expect to see really populating some pressure up in the front. All this as well, 48.325 is the current mark that Reddy is looking to defend. Jackson Young's time holding up pretty well, to say the least. Probably one of the better times in terms of how they've stood on the mark all day so far, Bradley, because in a lot of cases, those drivers in the earlier sessions have not been able to replicate. Although, look at Cam Burris making some noise in the MGM.
And then St. Clair coming through there, the 999. Sawyer St. Clair decides to bring a little bit of time in. Potter now jumps up. So we are seeing, I think, senior medium really showing the most mix of the 3 groups so far, but we've only had 2 groups in. And of course, we split it bottom third, middle third, top third. Right now, this middle third isn't overtaking the bottom third as much as we've seen. So this shows me the track is vastly different than it was yesterday, which we already knew. We've talked about that ad nauseum at this point, Justin. But the big thing is that senior medium is going to be really, really competitive when it's all done and dusted here in qualifying. When we get into the 2 heats today, this afternoon, round 1 and 2, it's going to get crazy quick.
Cameron Reed jumping up the second there in the final stages of this qualifying rotation. There's the checker flag for the rest of the group. Iannello, bit of a shock of the weekend so far. Another driver that's contended for top 10s on the Kart Chaser over the past year 2. Now at 12. Back making 13th. Charge up for Connor Baker as one of the final drivers on the track. He'll jump up towards the very tippity top. So that leaves us with one more pack of carts, 28 deep, to hit the track. And one of the storylines coming in is not just about the contenders here. We mentioned the name of Jake Drew here, going to be a part of this rotation. Ready to battle out. Curious what's happened there, because a bit of an interesting appearance with BKRS. It shows the growth that Bobby's done for his respective team here at the very least.
Yeah, the growth of the team has been amazing. The growth of the groups here has been very impressive. It's going to be one of those that, can you take that and capitalize it all the way to the top here in the final third of carts, 28 carts deep, as you said, Justin. This is one of those, again, with just how we've seen these first 2 groups go. We're not seeing just complete overtaking domination from group to group. There's a lot of blending that's going on right now between the 2 between the 2 splits of the same class. So once we start throwing in this final run of carts, 83 carts to run, it really is going to become a situation of who is where here in America's Home for Racing. And when you call it America's Home for Racing, don't just forget don't just bring in NASCAR. Remember go-karts as well.
Yeah, a lot of racing can happen around here with Charlotte Motor Speedway, to say the very least. Turns out there's also a lot in terms of what you can do here, not just with the racing side. There's also apparently a restaurant on top of not just the condominiums out in NASCAR Turn 1. Keep yourself busy. And some of the other things too. They have drag racing on the property. There's also the Tense Motor Club. That's that new road course that's built nearby them, near the property. In other words, fair amount of racing activity, to say the very least, that pops up here over the course of the year at Charlotte Motor Speedway. but the karts are waiting for the word when they can hit 120 is the scheduled start for our last senior medium group, with Aiden Lorenko, as said, leading the way over Amundsen, Warren, Tutwiler, and Theck. That's how things were rotated coming in. Going to be keeping an eye potentially on Tutwiler because he is one of the drivers that is amongst those that got an opportunity in this just a couple months ago to attend the Karts to Cars Scholarship School. He was nominated by Newcastle Motorsports Park in the 9 karts to be able to have a chance to move up. 8-time class champion of that track, 2-time junior driver of the year, CKNA North Division junior champion, also picked up the Grand National Championship there also. And as a racing lineage, we'll see that 9 kart be the 4th in the line as these drivers take the green flag here behind Lorenko and company.
Buckle it up. It's the final qualifying session. The sun is shining. It feels good here in Charlotte. We are ready for fireworks. Katy Perry was here. She would be excited, but she's not. We're here at Kart Chaser as we go through. So let's see what can happen here on this final 5-lap dash here for qualifying coming through. First laps will be coming in momentarily, coming around turn number 10 into 11 here. Now it's the right hand 12, left hand of 13, bringing you up the straightaway, right hand of 14 here now as they go through, and then the final corner, turn 15, onto the straight stretch chute. And now let's see here. First times will start to come in. Who jumps where for what? It's going to be a case of nobody doing anything too crazy yet. Nobody immediately overtaking a 48.2. But I'm not going to be surprised if and when Shane Reddy's time gets taken.
Let's find out how this shuffles out because, again, Amundsen could have those expectations carrying a new program. We talked about him and talked with him earlier on. 47.6s were the mark he was able to put up yesterday. He's doing well to start things off on the pattern. Looking at some of the others as they sort out in the line. Going to be another driver to keep an eye on, Brady Atwood, who's also a driver that's won a Spring National Junior Championship. One of the drivers that we've seen in some of the other divisions in Winter Nationals also in the line. Looking at the times, though, he's not one of the quickest. It's Colin Warren who is. Yet again, Colin Warren carrying momentum from earlier on today. But look who's second. Eric Fagan, who's been good in Apex Karting Championship racing this winter time, up in second.
Here's the thing about Colin Warren to note. Colin Warren is going off a win in Winter Nats, so he's going to be feeling good here as Austin Speck overtakes him with a 47.861 on that MGM kart. So he is looking good with some pace here. The 751 Fagan here on the screen. I'm curious to see what he can bring along as he goes through and finds his way around in his blue kart. He's going to be looking to find some time as he crosses the line here. Can he up the time? No, Theck actually in the 52 jumps up into second place. Fagan not able to improve on time. The 0 of Wheeler jumps up into fourth. So we're still shuffling around. We're not done yet. And you can see there's plenty of speed and acceleration to find here. Everyone's still ramping the times up. We're not done, though.
It's interesting to see that 751, though, here to give a quick mention to that, because he was the winner of the Masters when it came to last year's Grand Nationals. So an interesting decision to make the appearance here, to have that luxury as we talked about, to be able to do that. Henry Wheeler, though, fifth best after the momentum, and look at this! Warren has had to peel down. Is this scheduled or is there an issue? Yeah. And this is not going to see him on the front. 10th run. Colin Warren trying to hold on to the top spot here with no chance to put in a final lap. 47.712 is the mark. Theck, Speck, and McKeithen. Alonso's coming through. No change up on the top. Might be able to stick it out here. We'll see what the card is for Colin Warren's sake. But right now, that time stays up from the third time around for him, despite peeling down in the final time.
So if that was a kart issue, hopefully he can get that fixed. He's got some time here, but for Colin Warren, that 47.712, that's a quick time, and it stands just under a tenth over Lucas Theck. Impressive to see there as he goes through, but peeling off a lap early, definitely not ideal. Hopefully that kart is okay.
Sort out that situation here in this situation. We have Colin Warren standing on by. Let's get that answer on that situation.
I mean, talk about keeping the streak. Colin Warren, tell me about that lap. You came in early and you still got it.
Yeah, I ended up getting a good lap and got a good draft on that lap. And obviously, we're not allowed to push in qualifying, so I wasn't going to do any better on the fourth lap, so I might as well just come in.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's what you say when you have confidence, I guess you could say, Bradley. It wasn't an issue. It was he knew it was good enough. And on that note, these drivers will get a lunch break. It's time to get some food and get your energy built up, because when we come back in a little bit's time, we'll have these karts rolling around here on Kart Chaser behind the paywall. Be sure to subscribe to KC Premium today. $9.99 a month is how much it will cost to be able to watch racing from across the racing scene and across the country. Be sure to watch as we go racing in the heats later today. We'll see you in about an hour. 2:20 start time expected.